Oh, good. Let's see. Looks like we're about ready to start. Let me know how volume is. Oh yeah, we might have some people coming. Let's put out that notification. There we go. And we're ready to start. So we got some cool images here, and we might have a double monitor stream. Let's see. Yeah, well, let's not let you look at that. There we go. Oh, it's the layer above, isn't it? Well, whatever. Honestly, this might be fine. We got some cool images. Let's take a look, right? We watched Laputa. So, why not bring Laputa into Laputa? Let's find this folder, actually. Never mind whatever I was screenshotting beforehand. Don't look at it, alright? We got here. Oh, let's see. Do we have anything from earlier? It seems to do it randomly, actually. Okay, well, let's look at it just through. Yo, yeah, it's Michael. Let me grab the real boy. It'll be our soundproofing for tonight. Hey, do you know if there's a way to scroll through this very, like, larger? You can get the large images. Oh, okay. Answered my own question. Live 2D. You're asking me the hard questions here. No, I've never used it. Middle mouse. Ooh. Ooh. Is that an option? Alright, well, let's look at some of the stuff anyways. Oh yeah, here was some cool... Oh my gosh. Is there a way to keep it pinned? Sorry for asking tech on the fly, but like, you can't tab out of it like this. Oh, you have that's really cool. I like to learn that. The 2D models are really cool. I do like the 3D ones just a bit better though, because well, you have access to like all the angles, right? If I can make Juniper into a 3D model, that would be really cool. Or like, I already did that. Into a working 3D model. June's just so... he's so big, it's very cumbersome to work with. 3D is very hard to do. Not sure how 2D compares to that. You know what? We have some other screenshots from a while ago we can look at. Let's see. Let me pull this off to the side. And we might do some concept art today and not just pixel art. Here we go. Let's actually get into Clip Studio. I wasn't prepared for any of this. It's fun to do though. Let's see. Is this the first? I don't know if I've ever genuinely lost my tablet pen. Gone to the great beyond. Vanish without a trail. Okay. I guess we're not doing that tonight. With the other pens. Now I checked. Although, yeah, that happens a lot. They make a specific cubby just for where it's supposed to go. Yeah. I'm gonna take one last look. So sorry if Hinata stretches out for a little bit here. Just a little bit of Eldritch Horror for you tonight. Let's do some sprites. I don't have too much in mind for this sprite sheet, but I want to kind of capture a little bit of the village and something underneath it, right? The village always had this kind of underbelly area filled with that like brown gold colors. I think those are very pretty. Eldritch Horror IRL? What? And it goes gray, red, black to a almost even more kind of color. That's like, this is the horizon of like smog. You can imagine like if we take their colors just a little bit, you can imagine like a factory kinda here. Some buildings in the distance. a little deserty, it's a little lonely. If we filled it up more, it wouldn't be as lonely. Feels like natural evolution of things ends up being a little sad here. Okay, well, tone of the music changed. This little kind of city vignette. You can see something. Canyon wall, yeah. You can kind of see maybe the walls of the canyon are, would they be steeped in shadow as well? You can see maybe a light cracking from out here. And the ground would turn a purple color. Something really deep where the light isn't hitting something like that. Light appears, but it's super dim. And then the other face of the wall would be a little different, wouldn't it? It would be, we can see like the cracks, right, coming from, I don't mean to do a ton of hue shift here, but like coming from around the corner, right? Feels like this wall is way too big to have nothing on it, so maybe it's got something carved onto it. And then you see the little drips down as you can kind of get a sense of the scale or something. Maybe. Not sure what we're doing here. If we saw the other side of the wall from here, what color would that be? Would it be sun bleached, like cream kind of color? It'd be stark white, right? And we can kind of, as the light goes down here, bleach it even more to something like this color, right? I don't really know. This isn't realistic lighting, is it? But it's kind of, it's not diegetic, it's mood. Non-diegetic lighting. This feels like Neverhood, kind of. There are two wolves in you. This one is gay. The other one is also gay. You are gay. Dude, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you it. Didn't want to have to be the one, but somebody needs to tell you. I'm not exactly sure what we're doing here, but it's kind of getting the vibe of what's going on here, I guess. If this was real perspective, then, well, these walls wouldn't be flat, would they? Not really exactly sure how they would be. It's kind of like, shut up, Tate. it's like dollhouse perspective, right? So you know how you kind of, well, I say dollhouse perspective and then I mean a lot of things. But, you know, like you take the back face here, and then like you have a side face here and a side face here, and maybe just a little bit of floor down here and maybe a little bit of ceiling. And so you can kind of see out the windows here, here. I don't really have too many rooms like this, but if we did indoors like this, it wouldn't be too bad, since any other kind of perspective would block off our view. We kind of have a little bit of this, just a little bit. I don't like using it too much because it doesn't feel like proper perspective. I don't think it is. Because these two walls go out way more than the ceiling goes out, right? It's a little faking it, right? But it works well for showing what we need to show. Let's take a look here. Wow. It's the similar colors we're doing here. We're using a lot more vibrant versions of them because, well, the pen work, right? Just the fact that there's ink on the page makes it more black. It makes it more gray. But look at this kind of copper color here. I really love that. Goes from like a gray blue to a gray green and over to red and like yellow. Just this little tiny corner over here has all the colors. You just do it in like such a way. If this wasn't pixel art, I'd have I might have a better time doing that. Same with this. I love red machinery fading into purple rust. That's just beautiful. Hey, it's our guy. Let me draw him. I love him because he's so easy to draw. You don't have to do too much to get his general shape. Our guy was a little cat guy I made for Pocketbot. He was the protagonist character kind of guy. No, he's always hunched over just a little bit. Because he was based off of the little guys from Laputa. That and Popbot. I like that kind of just tall, sturdy character design. He can be intimidating or he can be kinda just a guy. I think he didn't have black rags. I'm not exactly remembering. Let's fix his spine. Oh my gosh. He's doing the he wants to order. Little motherfucker. Neverhood, abso-fucking-lutely. Neverhood. Let's see. Let's pick up our guy. Let's see where he is. I know I have him around here somewhere. I have a folder of all my old Godot game projects. I made a little demo for PocketBot that was point and click, but I didn't know what I was getting into. It was way too big. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's kind of a little toaster looking motherfucker. Let's see. I don't know if I ever drew him so completely. I did some models of him that weren't very good. I was still learning. Pet, pet. Let's see if I can find some of the custom concept art. This is just the folder I had. Yeah, that was kind of his profile. I don't mind the low poly look. I wonder, I should have kept it low poly, honestly. His little subdivided feet. Yeah, it's not bad, is it? All low poly like that. There was the first drawing of him. I was gonna make, here we go. This was like one of the scenes that I did from a drawing. And I had a lot of drawings that were gonna be little scenes. And then I 3D modeled it, basically. It was gonna be like Final Fantasy VII, right? Where you move around a drawing version of the 3D map. And you take the geometry from the 3D. Yeah. I really wasn't sure about the character. This was just something else. I don't know. But yeah, that guy. It feels like tall and built like a fucking truck is like it's how you gotta do point and click protagonists. Hey Bonnie. This was the little original drawing that we did. Look, there's K2SO. He was totally based off of. And have you seen PopBot? Let's see. I don't know if I can show all of this on screen, but I can find. So Jamie Hewlett, right, who does the art for Gorillas, has a friend named Ashley Wood. They work together. And Ashley Wood, which is a guy, has this really cool robot series called PopBot. Let's see. He was totally based off of PopBot. Just look at this motherfucker. I thought the style was so cool. I found him in there was this Japanese magazine that I have that had some of these drawings in it and other robot designs. I was gonna base a lot of the stuff on the game based off of that. Look, he's got intestines too. Oh, and this one. I love, it's not even painterly, it's a pen scratchy style mixed with the painterly colors. It's gouache, right? Kinda. Machinarium too, yes, absolutely. I was really inspired by Machinarium. One of the few games that I could play on like a on an iPad. Okay, we're not gonna scroll down too far because there's some nudie women. But I love Ashley Wood's art. Totally not in the style of anything we're doing here tonight, but let's see. Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, no, absolutely. It feels really inspired, or at least adjacent to, you know? Fuck, look at this. This is like some of the stuff I'm inspired by for Laputa, right? Let's steal this. Hold on. Laputa reference. Fucking let's put this in. Do I have Laputa inspiration? I have so many Laputa inspiration folders that it's not even funny anymore. I have one just for July. Okay, we're stealing this because this is just art stream now. Hey, this is just gonna be art stream. Esoteric vibe. Yeah, it's the same thing that what's his name? Oh fuck. Every single time. Something with an E. He painted the Americana scenes, right? Like the diner. I talk about Edward Hopper, there we go. I talk about him when I'm talking about the art style of Laputa a lot. Ooh, go ahead, buddy. But Edward Hopper, yeah, you've probably seen the diner scene, right? His stuff, let's bring this up to the big screen, can we? No matter what, this one's gonna be in front, whatever. This kind of bleak Americana shit, I absolutely love. It's just, I don't know, empty vibes. Not exactly sad, but empty. It's exactly how I imagine Laputa would be, right? Something that's not exactly abandoned, but just quiet. A little melancholy. I love stuff like this. The island kinda would have quieted down by now, at least in certain places. Looming, yeah. Okay. Let's like not be on Twitter for a second. Let me log out of Twitter before. No, please log out of all accounts. Thank you. Okay, wonderful. I should have just incognitoed it, but whatever. SMH. I miss it. It reminds me of... well, first of all, it reminds me of your stuff, Bonnie. I can see the inspiration here. No, No, please don't. Yeah, send specific links if you have anything. Please, Twitter, please don't do that. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Twitter is being very lovely to me. So we're gonna not. Let's just get drawing, right? I've drawn enough Americana stuff already, though. I like this tiny little hut. That's really nice. We have stuff exactly like it, though, so let's go for something different. Vibes that Pokebot had are... well, they're vibes. Oh, but they're not exactly the vibes that we're going with for Laputa, right? Let me check it out. Ooh, yeah. Also purple outlines. There's no reason for this to have purple. Oh, maybe it does. Maybe it should have purple outlines because it's stone and kind of gray. Dave, you're fine. Ooh, yeah. The whole thing has got like a blue color wash over it, it feels like. I wonder if they did that in post. No, you're fine. It feels like stuff that they've done in post here, but I like it. I wonder if this design is from something. Yay. Oh, it's all very adventure timey. It's cute. It's cute. Let's save this boy. I was gonna have fucking characters. Yeah, there's Lemmy, our favorite boy. Oh yeah, and it was all going to be flat pictures of rooms, or yeah, pre-rendered shit. I couldn't model for shit or draw for shit. Look at this very lovely square box. But hey, yeah, PHR repair. That sounds familiar. Oh yeah, little Skeleboy designs. This one's just sands. I think they're all just sands. Here's my favorite drawing of the boy because he looks so fucking smug. He's just that like fucking attitude. Okay, that's enough Pokebot. Any of the skeleton in video games is sans. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I like this industrial kind of... It's industrial, but it's also big. I think, well, big is hard to do properly in pixel art. But when you do it, you get like a big effect. I should go bigger with the windmills, shouldn't I? In fact, take a look at this, right? The fact that we only would see, if this was the scene, just cropped like this, we would only see the bottom half of the windmill. Wouldn't that be kind of cool? Hold on. It's like mini golf then. I want to test something out. I need better background art. Maybe we can do some background art here. So if we compress this, we can see there's a point where the caption bars, the black bars, letterboxing, right? Yes, actually starts to close in on us while we're in editor. This is unintentional, but I'm keeping it because you can actually like you can see when your level is going to be way too fucking small to support the camera. That's what the letterboxing and pillar boxing is, just a safe kind of like, if we wanted to make a really tall tower level and a large thin box, we wanted it to be like this kind of bounds, right? Let me bring this to front. I'm sick of this one being on bottom. Okay. If we made a tall and thin level like this, it would actually work properly. Like, yeah, take a look. So now we're, this is, what is the, all-star hip-hop? What? While Drew is getting beat to shit. Fucking, anyways. So what I'm trying to do here is I want to measure how big our 1080p camera is in terms of tiles, right? World star. Oh my gosh. So our world, right, goes up to here. So that's how many tiles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, isn't that perfect? It's almost like I planned for that to happen. Anyways, let's make a new with the width of oh right, Bonnie, you showed me this trick. We do 16 times 16, right? No, 16 times 16. 256. Look at that. So it will be 256 high and then maybe 512 wide. This will be our level, right? We'll do a mock-up of this using some of the colors we got from here. I don't know how big our backgrounds actually need to be, but it's kind of, it's just a concept anyways. Getting real desert vibes. You know what this reminds me of? What's that level in Mario Kart where Luigi dies? This is already that level. Let's see, all we need is a big red sun. Something coming over the horizon. Like a fake sun almost. Just too red. Yeah, like that red. Like a kid's drawing. But it's got some vibes to it. I think it's still got some vibes to it. Maybe a little smaller. Rainbow Road. It's the only road. Maybe it's... maybe I'm ruining it. No, I like that. Hey, how's it going? Red sun, yeah. You can see almost as it would like reverberate, kinda like that. All those colors. We have yet to have a desert level in Laputa. I don't mind it. If this was the desert we were looking at. Almost like that. Like, you know how snow comes out of the mountains, right? When you draw that, we can just kind of not have snow. That shouldn't be a problem. And pulling it down here, right? It's all kind of piling up like gravel, but maybe the shadows are coming away from this part of it. And as they would like go here, they're running away from the sun, kinda. Mountains just make up all of the rainwater. IRRC. Yeah, because the clouds hit them and they can't get past, right? On Laputa that would happen if there were any mountains. One side would be a desert, the other side would be really nice. Laputa in the movie doesn't really have that, but the Island Cave story does. It can take some creative liberties depicting stuff like that. Yeah, I don't mind this background actually. I actually very much like the heat kind of from the yellow. Let's make a new layer. I'd like to get good at landscapes, something. Let's see. If we wanted to parallax this, right? We would take this layer, and the very background here. When the sky goes into sunset like this, it becomes more red where the sun is, right? And more blue where it's not. So if we wanted to keep things mostly yellow, let's see, would we make it more gray where it goes farther away from the sun? How would we do this? This color doesn't look quite right. Yeah, it does. If we wanted to make it, it would be brighter, wouldn't it? Maybe. Not that bright. Transition it a little bit better. Oh, that's a little too pink, even. Still too pink. There we go. Would that be kind of our color? A little darker. More orange. Lighter and more orange. And we can make this a little less yellow. Little more orange. Let's do it on the other side, see if it works. Not quite right here, actually, is it? Let's take a look. It's a little Mario sunshine, kinda. Let's see, my colors aren't right. Let's see like what the actual... What's the Mario level that takes place in the desert? The Mario Kart one. Mario 64. Yeah, it was this one. This is what I was looking at here, actually. Thanks, Twitter. Did they remake it? This was the kind of vibes. Yeah. This looks like the remade version. Luigi's Desert Train. Yeah, let's not fuck with this too much. I actually like the colors we picked out here. They work well together. We could have something else though. Something like be casting a shadow here. Maybe. There's a photo of something like this. It was actually a little bit more. But I guess along with the cowboy kind of Wild West aesthetic, cowboy graveyard kind of would feel like this lonely. We could take this boy and mirror his shape. It would be thicker here, here, just to match the shape. Not quite as twisty. And then something even darker to imply it's been branched up here, kind of. It's been... Here we go. And then something. Kiwi Mecha, yeah. Gold diggers. You've got actually a lot of stuff here. What do you think the desert would be where dreams kind of die kind of vibe? It's not, I don't know if it's that sad, but I feel where you're going for. We have sad places like that. Gold diggers come here with their makeshift vehicles and burn them up and fail here. Kiwi Mecha, and they'd fit here half buried in sand and rubble. It would, wouldn't it? If Kiwi was here and... would the children be here too? I'm not sure if they would, but I like where you're thinking. This kind of desert though, where it just keeps going, feels a little bit, it feels even lonelier than that, is what I think. If we have the evidence of broken mechs and stuff like that, it feels lonely, yeah. but it doesn't feel quite as completely desolate as something like this. Let me see if I can find some stuff, because I have some stuff to show you guys. And that's what this stream is, I guess. I was scanning some slides here. Yeah, so I can't show all of these slides, but this was the kind of stuff I was looking at. Move up, there we go. It's this kind of vastness, right? But then there's something still holding on through it, right? It's weathered by not only, well, I guess weather here, but also by like wind, and it's like petrified almost. It's that kind of vibe. It doesn't get much rain here, but it still degrades very slowly. Oh, that was the picture I was looking at. It's very, very strange and lonely. Let's take a look at more of the landscapes though. I think let's leave this here. We'll save this as a concept. Should we add clouds to it maybe? Actually, the kind of clouds that would be doing in a sunset are a little different, aren't they? They're heavier, shadowier. It's almost as if they become thicker. But they're still off in the distance. They shouldn't be this big. Let's just see what we're doing first. They would be heavier in their color and in what they're doing. Okay, that's just lovely. Thank you. Contiguous, yeah. God, it's almost like a dust cloud. The highlights would become this color. We can't really show that, so let's pick a little bit of this color. Maybe a lot of the cloud would be highlights, so much of it that you barely see the other part of the cloud. Transition away from that color just a little bit. Yeah. How do we get from this color to that color though? Maybe by this. The edge would be this. We want to have that much of an edge. I don't know how to draw clouds. That's my little tip for the day. I don't know how to draw clouds. I'm looking at some right now and they kind of feel like that same kind of, we really go dark here, we go deep. When we're on shadow, we should stay shadow. That kind of heaviness that outlines the bottom of the clouds in certain places where the cloud themselves is thicker, right? Yeah. They never look completely right, but when you... I feel like there's a technique, and when you get it right, you will have the most wonderful time drawing clouds. I'm just not there yet. I think these colors are just all wrong, aren't they? Let's edit. It would be, well, what color would it be? Maybe it would be purpley. Most first moment had it right, kinda. They are too intense, you're right. It's that they keep too much, a few too many colors when it's not really the entropy shape. I'm not sure what you mean there. Looks like a dune. Yeah, it's taking on too much of the color of the sunset, and it would, but it wouldn't hue shift like this. If it took on the full color of the cloud, right, or of the desert, it would be more like this, wouldn't it? It would be just a little bit more like that, wouldn't it? And let's mess around with this, edit. Yeah, we'll just make it transparent and that'll make it better. Yo, you think this kind of like lightish color? Let's make sure it actually like works. And crunch all the saturation. Yeah, it wouldn't take on all that color, would it? And it would retain some of the color. You know what it would, Dade? It would retain some of the color of stuff that isn't even in this scene, wouldn't it? Let's, yeah, crunchy color. Let's make it like a little bit. And then this, let's make it like totally, and then not quite as dark. We've got this kind of shadow color going on. So can we transition from that to that? Now it feels like the shape isn't right. You know, it's too far up to be doing this kind of. But it's a slowed transition, isn't it? There's a difference between light and dark here, but it's different. The lights are a little bit lighter than this. We have a little more in here. That's like some cloud kind of cream color. overall consensus, cloud is too dark. Cloud is too dark. Hey, how's it going? I can't draw clouds. The fuck this way? What it like? You mean like a? He's my favorite cloud. I know. You go like, yeah. and then you add this, and then you, yeah. Mhm. I understand what you got. Brain wants to render, and it cannot. Blender is already running at 100% capacity. I have some other cool photos here. Let's save this as concept, alright? Yeehaw cloud. Yeah, just a little bit. Let's see. This is all Grand Canyon kind of area stuff, but there was something else. Here we go. From the old slides, there's the Colorado trip, right? And it has some really, really beautiful stuff. Let's see. I'm not gonna show too many family photos. I'm just focused on landscapes here. What a weird place. Okay, maybe it's just me. Oh shit! One second. I think she died. I didn't notice. Can we get her back to life? One second. Technical difficulties. Just look at this in the meantime. She was working kind of. She was not working. Testing. Alright, here we go. Okay, here we go. No, it was. How long was it doing for that? Anyways, let's. I like this image format, honestly. I like how we mess with colors. So let's just copy this, or we'll do this way. This is 256 by 512. We'll do new, and it will, if you copy it to clipboard, it will. If you copy something to clipboard, there we go. We don't even have to paste it, it'll just do that. I like these trees. Just kind of vibing with these trees. The image is a little crusty. No, actually it's totally crusty. but we've got very red, and that's probably because the artifacting, like, we got spring green kind of. At some point I just need to paint Bob Ross paintings because those are those are so fun to do. Interconnected roots. It's interconnected roots, and it's also whatever's going on with the pinkish grass. The whole thing has got crunchy colors to it. And then all the logs like that are white on the ground. A little pinkish white maybe? No, they're blue-white. And the sky is really bright and blue. Oh, I bet. I've only done like one of them before. Crunchy colors. Yeah, it's definitely an aesthetic. I don't mind it too much. Let's come in with our pink grass. It makes things look a little surreal. Colors and background shift very subtly in Laputa itself. Everything, it's not diegetic, it's based on mood and how it feels. So we should try and make the colors and the setting match that, the mood of a scene or of anything we're really doing. Each stage is kind of like a scene, which I'm glad, because we don't have to do too many of them. There was a brief part of me that thought it would be better to make a movie than a game. Well, I don't think like that too much. Briefly. Okay, so yeah, they're pine trees, and yeah, I'm just drawing a Christmas tree, but they're pointing up more. It's a little bit more, kind of. And if we take the really red roots, this whole thing, and then what we should have done is we should have started with the darkest color, right? But we're just kind of crunching it, so it's concept art, don't worry about it. Just getting the general direction of what the hell we're doing is good enough in most cases. If we can okay, part 2, I can't draw trees. Not like these ones. Pixel art is something. They're very, this whole color thing is very crunchy. It's more yellow. It's brighter even. The sky is more white. But it's still blue. The pink is, well, it's more yellow, salmon-y kinda. We can kind of mix with these colors because it gets yellower towards the light, right? And pinker towards Oh man, if only we had fucking, you know what, should I go into CSP and do this? Even though we don't have... I'm gonna look for that stupid pen again. It's not under anything. No. It usually just magically appears on my desk when I need it. Okay, we'll do that another time. Yeah. Those things are kind of magic anyway, so it makes sense that they would disappear to a different dimension every once in a while. Let's go a little smaller with this. I think that's why I'm having trouble. Let's go and take it back to here. When we open our scene, this is the right color. Foliage copy paste. Oh my gosh. No, I can I get what you mean though. You do tiles and you do assets, but when you're doing concepts, it's a bit different. I imagine like a hill here, maybe, right? These trees are kind of dotting it. So we go up and over it. Our deepest color is not even a pinkish red, but just kind of this red. And then our foliage is, deepest color is almost black, but it's a red black. A lot of this area will be kind of on that color. And then when you get farther back, you get the effect of atmospheric perspective, right? But this stuff up here will be that very green. It feels like maybe this is a couple of different greens in here, isn't it? Do a little bush and make a larger thing. Yeah, this is actually a couple of different colors here. Like a color like this, right? And we would have a base layer on that. And the higher layer would be back to this color. Occasional orange, and yeah, that's like that kind of artifacting stuff, but it adds to the flavor. You could even go, I could go more orange than that. Yeah, like it's a very warm scene, all things considered, right? And look at this. This branch is like purple. Purple gray. Everything. Ooh, that was just another one. Don't worry about that. Yeah. This fades into gray. This feels like maybe like the color is just rendering badly, isn't it? But again, it's the aesthetic we care about, not exactly if it was true to life or not. It's all hard to kind of imagine it within itself, right? Maybe we move on from this one. Seems to be a little bit more difficult. Yeah, sort of. I still feel like the idea hasn't been come across yet. Let's just tidy it up before we leave. The core, I just wanted to this kind of this whole like grass texture here. You know what? We can just like where's spray brush? Oh, my beloved. Nope. Again. Yeah. Yeah. These kinds of concepts would be so much easier with a pen tablet, you know? Maybe pixel art is the wrong medium. It's almost as if... Hey, whatever. Let's make this brighter. If we're just color picking, honestly, and that's all we're doing here, then we don't need to do too much work. Fades into reddish kind of shadow. And this fades into gray. A little bit brighter. Honestly, we can just take these colors. This is a little Skyrim-y, isn't it? This whole thing going on here. And it wouldn't be as shadowy as this, would it? We would take an in-between color here. Need to get a little bit more. Today we are challenging ourselves. Oh my god, Dade, please don't. Don't say you like this. This is oatmeal. I'm just trying to salvage what has already been ruined by my own hand. Oh, it's so oatmeal-y. Mercury looking at branches themselves. Can we like actually telegraph what we mean by these aesthetics, right? Like, it's not just the fact that this is here, it's like it goes into bluer forest, right? As we get back, it just doesn't go into like straight up black, right? Not that blue. Grayer. Looks like somebody threw up all over the canvas. Funfetti colored. We'll get there. Just make it less distracting. Oh no! Oh shit, she died again. She's been dead for a while, hasn't she? Oh no. Maybe it's the fact that I keep like I keep leaving. Error. It literally says error face tracker is gone. Oh my fucking god. I know. I just don't want half of the vibe to be like You will go to sleep? Alright. See you, bud. Have a nice night. And sleep tight. There we go. Let's pick a different photo. And maybe we should take something that isn't a photo, right? Photos are really hard to replicate. Bye-bye. Love you, bud. I like all these designs here. I took a lot of screenshots tonight. This is from way before. But I didn't take a lot of screenshots of the stuff I did this time. In fact, we basically skipped all the way to Laputa. When this was some of the coolest parts here when we weren't on Laputa. Like you can barely see it out the window. We have Cliff's area already, but we don't have that dusty town kind of look. Let's pull up the movie. We'll stream it illegally on Twitch. Shh, don't worry about it, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Shh, it's not illegal, don't worry about it. Is she still? Oh, okay. I forgot to. I forgot to do this. Movie night too. this is this kind of area here, in the town. I like this. Let's do a little bit of this because it falls in with the desert town kind of dusty vibes. We've got a kind of dusty area that deserves dusty kind of tiles, right? Like our colors here, right? And maybe it's just because it's like a movie, right? But it uses these dusty colors. Let's see. Should we make a... Wow, this is bright, actually. I'm looking at this now, it's so bright. So we have stuff that's in the light, right? Red mud picks and muted colors. We have bright stuff that's in the light. It's almost a little Pueblo color, but we go to not that green, but like we fade into and we wouldn't be this saturated either, would we? Just a little less. And when we get more yellow, we become a little more saturated. I'm trying to do this color up here. You can barely see it on your end, but color matching is difficult, but it's a good skill. Still learning. I feel like it's way better to do than it's way better to do than color pick stuff directly, because the colors that you are looking for and the colors that the movie actually has are really different. You get the vibes of the colors, right? Oh my god, yeah, no, not at all. We're gonna just take this color here actually and work with this guy. Because we want to imagine our little Pueblo town, right? And it'll have stuff that's in the light, and then when it gets into the shadow, it goes to gray kind of coloring. And this is when you can imagine, like, I like green as an accent color for here. This deep kind of forest green. You could even imagine like this kind of green being used here, like for a tent or something, right? And this is what's casting that shadow. And then when you go in here, you get even more blue, right? You get to actual blue. You kind of fade orange to blue here. And we come back out from it, right? When we're in the light again. How would the light come here? It would illuminate the whole thing, wouldn't it? If this is all a flat wall. Let's just add more just to see what all of this ruckus would be. It feels like, you know what, this is in the wrong place. Let me move it back here. And then up here, then we can just do this here. Cool, cool, cool. Would the shadow coming off of it be? It wouldn't really need to be, would it? Lighting in the screenshot is coming from the top left. Like cave story. Yeah! This one, window edges are much brighter. Yeah, no, you're right. If it was, you're right, it would be, no, you're totally right. It would be kinda, yeah, but that's the edge. Well, with the shadow and the light, right? It's all, yeah. Let's try adding like that little windowsill frame, right? If we did just a little to do a lighting test. We would kinda, yeah. We wouldn't have this here because the perspective in Laputa, in the game, is side perspective, right? But yeah, we can go ahead and it's all in the shade still, so like, let's go ahead and just be a little bit more direct with our color, right? Yeah. And then it gets lighter towards the top, doesn't it? More pinky. It's still darker than the surrounding area, or the highlights, right? There's our little Pueblo kind of style. when you get a lot of colors that are really close right here, it feels like like JPEG artifacting a little bit, right? I don't really like the look, you know, when the colors are too crunchy together. Yeah, we needed less of this orange, honestly. And then it goes near the edges even. Yeah. It's not a cyan blue, it's a blue. I like some of the features here, but we're not at the right scale, so let's take this little wall as a swatch, right? For a little Pueblo town, right? We can even do some ground stuff too here, actually. Because the ground in the shade is very blue. It's almost like they took watercolors over everything. Give it some unevenness and you can make it look a lot more dirty as not. Yeah, no, you're right. I can go grab some of these like little shadow colors, right? I can try and render with them in like cracks in the wall, right? But maybe the unevenness is just enough. Maybe we don't need to go that far. Everything is kind of like it's been underwater before, but it's just the bleaching of the sun, right? It's hard to achieve when you have limited palettes here, but you can kind of get that feeling. Watercolors, my beloved. Yeah. We could go even brighter and yellower with this here. No, not the yellow. But this feels like the proper color, so let's get more saturated. Yeah, actually. And if we take that and we take this is the true color, right? What we're seeing here is like the true color in the light. Man, what about that? Like a whole level where everything's in the shade and the true color kind of shines out here. That would be really cool, wouldn't it? Yeah. Look at that. This is like sundown town, kinda. I don't mind that at all. It would, wouldn't it? I mean, we have something sort of like that, but it does heavy shadows in a different way, you know? In the other map, let's take a look at it. Most of the things are in the light, you see? And then whatever is in the shadow is kind of what gets obscured and what gets heavily colored. We have some more of this outside of concept. Yeah, this was the kind of like Edward Hopper. Basically I stole his paintings, but mostly light, bleached white, little bit of shadow. But if we take the opposite, most of it most of it has been worked out. Most of our color has been worked out here, and that totally fits for these scenes, right? We're in not an alley, but a street, right? Where all these houses are casting shadows on each other. The whole place is like a little kind of trench. Did you see it earlier? It's in the start of the movie, isn't it? Although, oh, I guess it's night when that happens. But yeah. Oh, you guys can't see shit. Yeah. Because the sun, despite how little shit there is here, yeah, it's very built into the ground. It's very sturdy. Right? Maybe I'm talking about my ass here, but yeah. The whole place has vibes, right? If we can catch some of these scenes, because I'm going pretty far ahead. If I... No. Side that! Nope. Oops. He didn't hear that. Don't worry about it. Look at that. Ancient and barely maintained, but it's also home to a lot of people. It feels like, so there's an anime called Technolize. And there's a city in Technolize that feels very much similar to this. Let's see. Dola jumps. It wasn't even Dola. I'll show you this because I was well, not reeling, but I was looking at it. Oh, it's just gonna be on YouTube. This, let's see. It's in episode 2, but you can see some of it in the dark here. I love the architecture in these opening episodes of Technolize. It's got heavy contrast and just, it's very fitting for a noir kind of thing, which it is. Let's see. Some of these scenes are just kind of incredible. Oh god, I can, like, you can barely see this, can you? Look at that. Got a little spotlight on her. Industrial age abandoned, yeah. See, because there's your vibes at night, but when you want to get your vibes at day, you get them too. You get shit like this, right? This, and then the city itself, which is also, look at that! Look at all this! This feels like a post-apocalyptic, like, movie, you know, right? It's just, you've got vibes on this entire city here. It looks like Ghost in the Shell. It's so sun-bleached. It's so sun-bleached. Going with cowboy aesthetics for Laputa, and oh yeah, our main character, the stairs he has to climb, because the plot is he loses his legs and his arm. No kidding, that's actually the plot. It's like all of this, just the staircase alone gets so much screen time and attention because it's something like he can't do anymore. So it's like, holy shit, yeah. He comes back like a couple episodes later and like fucking triumphs the staircase. The Washington Monument. I don't know what's going on here, to be honest. There's similar vibes. This is actually a lot friendlier of a town. I love that gaslight. Let's do that gaslight as an asset. Blue metal is absolutely my favorite look. And oh my gosh, it's like transparent here almost. In the daytime they wouldn't need to use it, so we can kind of, yeah, and more square. Mostly we're going to see this face, and then the way we've done it here is we're going to see a little bit of the other face. So, mostly from the front. Greenish blue? You think so? Let's take a screenshot of this. Let's see. Maybe a little bit. Keeps it's if it does, then it's because of the stuff behind it, I think. But if we wanted to pick this as squarish, maybe it would be best to just keep the base square. Green is kind of maybe the shade. You think so? We can go a bit more green. Yeah. The metal itself. Well, we don't need to go too far into that part. All we really need to know is that there's a highlight there. Let's make this bigger. How about? We'll keep the same shape, we'll just make it a little bigger. Go green, stop! No, it's not green, Dade, it's not green. Not even the slightest. It's more purple if anything, honestly. It's so blue and gray, it's not even funny. You know what, it's just gray. Wait. Am I looking at something? Maybe I'm looking at a different monitor. No, now it looks even more purple. Now it's blue, now it's purple. Chug the weed like Tom. What are you going on about, Dade? Dade, you crazy. Dade, I think you're colorblind, I'm sorry. I hate that I had to be the one to tell you that, but yeah. Oh, what are we doing here? Our highlights are totally wrong, aren't they? Our highlights should be coming from the other side. I was wondering why I was looking so weird. It's this face, right? Yeah. Oh, totally. We can make this small on the bottom. Yeah, well, bam. Look at that. I love how it pokes out, though. That's what I really want. This little pokey bit right here. Oh, that's lovely. Man, we can even go like that. Look. Not that thick, but I like. What's your favorite Laputa character or character design? Oh, you mean real Laputa? Okay, that's a lot easier to answer. Real Laputa. I should not call my game Laputa. But it's so ingrained at this point. I actually like Pazu's design quite a lot. He is like a generic protagonist kind of character, but he really isn't forgettable. I don't know, maybe it's because of his VA in English, but I love the Klonoa kind of vibes he gives off almost. Sheeta is like about as memorable as she really needs to be, but Pazu is kind of like our star character in Laputa. Otherwise, in terms of design, I would say I love the ships and the robots, of course. The scenes too. The settings of everything, except for tragically Laputa itself, I really love. I think Laputa, the architecture there, as beautiful as it is, a little bit of it is kind of inconsistent, right? We take a look, right? I love this. This right here is absolutely like 100% what I want to put into Laputa the game. But then we move away from it. We move to, like, okay, yes, absolutely, all of these, like, this is going in Laputa as well. Like, I already have stuff like that. And what isn't going in Laputa is the random kind of, like, are you going for ancient Greek? So some of this is fine, right? But then you get to a little bit like dongy shaped shit. Like, yeah, I kind of see what you're going for here, but like, it's just a little boring, you know? This especially is what I don't like about Laputa architecture, is it's just a little disappointing. But then you bring it back up with the destroyed version of it, right? It's absolutely beautiful like this. and imagining how it was is a lot of the fun, isn't it? You wouldn't want to see Laputa as it was. Empty castle space, yeah. Maybe it's just that this is what I like about castles and not the not the American architecture kind of thing, right? Where it's like, I swear to God, Bass Pro fishing pyramid, right? Where it's like we built a house, but we built it like 20 times the size that a house is. But we just made it like a pentagon house shape. It's that kind of like aesthetics that I really dislike. I like detail too much to enjoy all of this. Oh, okay. I thought I muted it. Like that. Oh my gosh, that's wonderful. And like, what the hell would be down here? Oh my god, look. I don't even remember this scene. The fact that like, it's like that scene in Lupin the Third, right? Castle of Cagliostro, right? Shoot, that's what me and Ash need to watch tonight. By the way, Ash, if you're here, motherfucker, I see you. Oh, he's actually looks like he's in bed by now. Cooler transition, yeah. You remember that scene in Castle of Cagliostro, right? Near the end where the water drains, right? I love that reveal, kind of, that there's something going on here. Just really just having something going on is... Look how much is going on here, right? I don't know. Look how, even in this scene, look how, okay, theoretically, okay, the scene calls for them, like, looking through a window, right? And, like, okay, let's have them looking through a window, but there's this giant kind of, like, crystal glass here that's broken. Look how thick that is. And the trees come in, all these shapes, and we can see, like, the lip of the window. Everything's so heavy here. It's how much does this scene show up for? Yeah, just that. And is it not the coolest? We get a lot of like impressions from those windows too on that. Like, scenes like this is what I want to include in Laputa, I guess. Let's finish up this concept though. Fathom how many years of overgrowth must take. It's kind of incredible. We got some other colors going on here, but let's get this green down because we don't really have this green down pat and proper. We take our little like little wall swatch, and I already have assets for this. In fact, since we're abandoning Village, right, as a tile set, let's just steal it from that. Yeah, we have some assets that look like this already. I don't mind the brick. Maybe we'll bring back the brick in a little bit. Let's see how this looks first. We want to inset this in, right? So what we would do is we would either make this thicker to imply that there's more that we're not seeing on the other side, or we would remove that entirely, which I think we will do. let's go ahead and actually steal this swatch here because I love it so much. And copy paste it and clean it up so that we can use this as a background. Swatch theft. I'm not using the word properly, am I? It's alright. I like doing that kind of crack where it's like it gets deeper during in the portion where stuff happens. By the way, something new watching Laputa this time I noticed was how pickle halby the military was. I didn't even notice that. I liked that they had like you know, like 1800s kind of muskets almost. The whole thing is Industrial Revolution, so it kind of makes sense, right? Yeah. Maybe not that bright. Yeah, we keep it like that. Let's put this boy on a new layer so we can edit him nicely. Nope. Bayonets, yeah. Oh yeah, because they all had the bayonets on them, didn't they? I love this window above the door thing, so I want to draw that too. But let's just like do this and make a big wall for everyone. Oh, motherfucker is in the stream, as it turns out. Go hey, say hi to him before he passes out. Metal Slug, yeah. Oh, I was happy when Pixel said Metal Slug was an inspiration, because I just kind of like, well, I didn't know how good of a game it actually was until recently. It's very fun. You know how I was saying like, oh, let's get the color of these windows perfect? I think that the old colors of the old tile set are all perfect already. You can play Metal Slug online? Are you kidding me? With like net play? When did they do this? How long has this been a thing? Is it? It's like fucking perfect netcode and shit. Years ago, holy shit. Maybe I'll have to, yeah. Looks like our video ended. Well, one of our videos ended. Let's do this one. Did you... Oh shoot. There we go. Oh my god, that's perfect. Wild Westy. I have to say the no, do fucking not. And also, motherfucker, I said that to you. You should be thanking me. Thanking me for introducing you to your new fetish. I like that he did a video of it. I like that furry inflation was on SF's like fucking to-do list. No? No? Okay, what are we talking about then? Hold on. What are we talking about? We're talking about something completely different here. It's not... You know what this reminds me of? Actually, this starts to remind me of, what do we call him? A whole book of him, McGray. McGray literally paints gray. Okay, and let's get out of like, okay, cause yeah, he did surrealist shit, yeah. But yeah. This is my favorite of his, right? Empire of Light. And he did a couple of these, but it's, I swear, this is the kind of stuff I see in real life. Let's see. Can we get a full res version of this? Yeah, it's, give me big. I hate that we have to go through like Google's dumb shit now. Like, I can't just reverse image search like I wanted to before. Come on. Give me the full res. Give me like half res. I'll take 1080p. I'll take 1080p, please. Fine. I'll go to your website. I'll listen to your Spanish and I'll click on the image myself. Okay, here we go. Look at this, right? It's got the same vibes, right? Day and night, right? And I swear to God, this sometimes happens in real life. Like, it just goes like this. But, yeah, it's like a Yume Nikki level. When you look at it like this. In fact, the Yume-Nikki level where you're going in the puddles of water, right? That one always reminded me of this. Needed a couple of these. Cat returns also, right? Maybe it's just the light, maybe it's just the gaslight, but it's the town plus the gaslight plus, God, whatever the fuck this is here. I love not knowing what the fuck this like tower is doing here. All of this is a little connected. McGray knew how to paint very liminal clouds. Maybe he was just bad at painting clouds. There, yeah, that's the shape of clouds, and that's what a cloud looks like, but they're all they're all the perfect cloud, right? Yeah, it's like ARG aesthetics. Now, I guess you guys think of ARGs nowadays as like backrooms, but like, I don't know. Let's keep this boy up, I kind of like him. The shutter windows, let's get some shutter windows in here, right? I love those. That's definitely cowboy-esque. Nah, yeah, man. Creepy stuff, totally. Nah, creepy stuff didn't exist before the backrooms, though. Like, nah. Remember when the backrooms was an image and just that? Remember when it was just a meme and not a pink-haired guy with camera? Oh, I remember those days. I like doing pixel art like this. It just feels like building Legos, doesn't it? This song's getting a little repetitive. It's not even close to being done. We are going to shift gears. Backroom footage videos were... See, I haven't dived into any of that. Oops, we should not be looking at that. Just because, like, I don't know, it's like Pokemon, right? You don't want to get spoilers for the new Pokemon game, so you don't look at it, and then you end up just not caring. Maybe this is a very personal experience and not a universal one, but I kind of like what we're going for here, but I don't know how to keep it going. Maybe we need wider windows. They're at a 45-degree angle, so it's difficult. Our job is really difficult here. Trying to understand how that would work. I think the most important thing is we need to clip off this side here, right? Yeah, just a little bit. And this would be in shadow, right? But maybe it would be even a shade darker than that. No. Oh, this is what we need. This would be in light, yeah. Shaded pixel. Sort of. And now this is like, this would be in total darkness, wouldn't it be? Yeah, maybe. I like the texture too much to get rid of it though. The behind should be darker. You mean like here? Yes, but I want to keep some of this texture, so I'm not sure. Do we do this maybe? We take away some of it, so because the light direction is here, right? Maybe this causes some shadow here because the wall goes in. But if it does, it just makes the whole thing look shorter, doesn't it? I think our windows aren't very even to begin with. Like, yeah, this is pointed towards where the camera is looking at, but it still shouldn't be that long. Like, theoretically, right? If we drew a box like this, our shadow would be, I think this is our standard for Laputa, right? If our box is this big, right? Or whatever. Then the shadow side of things are gonna be like that big. 1/2 this size. And it changes depending on what we're rendering. So in this scenario, right, we have something, let's actually do this because it's a good practice, right? If we were to bisect this cube here, so that instead of these two colors, it would be the middle ground, right? Give me a rectangle. Are we selecting something? Yeah, we were. So now this is a 45-degree angle, and we'll do it here too. It's a little hard to see what's being implied here, actually. So let's make it a little longer. Maybe we can kind of see what's going on here. Maybe without the pattern. Without the pattern, it's easier to see, yeah. That's our 45-degree angle cut, basically there. We can take this away and this away, because what we care about is the size of the cut, right? Mostly. This is the same as this angle here, right? So comparatively, also, since this is 45 degrees from the flat surface, I believe I'm starting to question what the hell I'm doing here. I think it's because actually we have it backwards here. So this is how we normally do shading here, but in this scene in particular, we're actually doing something different, aren't we? In this scene, our highlights are just the little face, right? And our shadows are the big face. So, we would do arbitrary color, don't fail me now. It's more like this. Yeah. I believe. And if we cut this guy in half, right? We took only this color and only this color. Actually, only that color, and we cut it here. That's essentially what we're doing. Yes, yeah, so bright side is smaller, dark side is bigger. Our 45-degree angle is like that. If we wanted to imply that, like, okay, wait, we can actually do some math here. Oh no, oh no, math. This whole face, right, is this 8 pixels is the area that the shutter needs to cover, right? This length right here, yeah, wait, oh my god, you're gonna hate me, Dade, wait. It's 8, and then it's 8 again, and then it's it's Pythagorean theorem. Your worst enemy. The area of this, or the length of this, is Pythagorean theorem. The true length of it, not the length we see on screen, right? You just want to draw cute creatures, you don't want to think about math. No, Dade, though, you don't understand. We can calculate the exact foreshortening of this piece of wood here. You don't understand. Greatness is within our grasp. Alright. We're not doing that. We are moving on the fuck from this. Alright. I want to draw this door back here. Brain hurty hours. Doors in Laputa, right? Because everything's kind of based off of a meter. I usually have them going up all the way if they're for humans, and a little less if they're for beast folk. If we imply the door is already open, that's gonna look weird, isn't it? Let's see what it looks like. In our case, we're doing lighting different from the movie. How long is this? Maybe I'm OCD, but I like having it an even number. In our case, it would be that. And then the edge of the door. Maybe even smaller. we can imply all of the little let's make this shorter. Oops. Can't go wrong with numbers. No, you can't. Only figuring out the numbers hurts. Only that part. If we had something to make numbers for us, then it would be fine. Let's yeah, too bad we don't have one of those. You know who? No. I was going to use Aika as reference, but she's too shorty. Let's use Quincy. Okay, so Quincy is pretty tall to begin with. He's not fitting through this door. No, sorry. That'd be a TF2. Yeah, we need to make the doors a full 2 blocks big. I think he might be our tallest NPC, possibly. Or at least one of. So, we'll go the full mile for him. I like the thickness kind of these windows, right? We can kind of get rid of this here because that's going to be the inside. And it's bright glass. Surprisingly enough, it's bright, but that's only because the lighting direction, isn't it? It would be dark glass here. We can go with that. That's not half bad, actually. I kind of like that. That frosted out look. We can go darker. Something's not right about this. It's that it doesn't start at the right place. I feel like there's up to scale with the characters. Yeah. No, the saturation is something we need to keep. I like that. But the color isn't exactly right here. Maybe it's because this door is so horrendous looking. As it goes in, it would basically get more shadowy. So we can take this color and we can, I think we might even have another color we can take. It doesn't matter right now, we'll just take a darker green. Yeah, like that. And light, dark, light, dark, light again. Oh, hey. Thanks for showing up. We're just doing a little bit of art here. We would take even darker colors, wouldn't we? And this edge can be really dark. we add a doorknob here, we can actually like make everything all right. From the side. We're just doing some assets for Laputa. Some assets in art. Mostly concept actually, for now. Eventually we'll turn this into a real tile set. Yeah, that's alright. Is there anything else we got here? We can do some the wires and stuff down the side adds texture. Let's do those. Are you? Oh my gosh, no. No, I need it. No. Maybe that's why I'm feeling so tired. It's all chill though. I'm glad Bonnie showed up. That was nice. It's always fun hanging out with you guys on stream. We can share, possibly. This is gonna be a lot in highlight, isn't it? So perhaps like we would go darker with the... Oh, that's really dark, isn't it? I like it, but we need to imply like visual importance with how bright things are. And as lovely as I'd like to make this pipe be the most visually important thing on screen, I don't think we should. As much as I'd love to do that. Monsieur pipe. This brown kind of adds a little bit of that like color that this has back to things, doesn't it? It's the difference between this and something like what we saw in Parasite, right? Or not Parasite, Technolize. Laputa, despite like being very gray, right? It's very colorful in terms of hue, right? We got a lot of interaction of color. Let's see, we got the movie up. Oh, this is the movie. It's all like color for the scene. Wow, look at this. Yo, at night, lights shining, like interior. it's almost the same thing that we're doing here, where it's like the true color is shining through here, and most of it is bathed in shadow. This area in particular was cool. I don't remember this at all being in the movie, but like how cool it is for how little like it appears. It's got the pine trees in the background, the rolling hills, like it's really just pretty. And look at that too, that's interesting, isn't it? The cross of like trees. It's to divide property, isn't it? Like Bob runs painting for a few seconds. I was gonna say it's like along the road, but no, it's not. It feels really intentional, but not in a bad way. The whole of Laputa kind of, or like surface architecture in Laputa, right? Like straight up this kind of stuff too. It's really interesting, and that's kind of what I want to tell with Laputa. Like it's sort of the ideas going on here. In the intro scene, right? In the storyboard segment, right? It tells like the story of Laputa and what happened to it, right? Or why it kind of exists. How people were like going through the Industrial Revolution, right? And they got like flying machines and all this shit, and they built flying castles, right? The Laputans, right? Laputians, they're just people. And then like like Icarus, kind of, it all comes crashing down, right? But that whole like story segment of we went through the Industrial Revolution, we crashed, we like fucking lost everything, and we built up again. I want to incorporate that like into the game, that kind of idea and theme, even if it's in the very background. It's just a part of the movie that like you only see so briefly, but you like once you like understand that, the whole thing you look at differently. Like why the fuck is Pazu in like a little shack on top of this? Because if you look at Pazu's house from an aerial view, let's see, it's when he's going, he's like, we are leaving, yeah. And they fly over his house again. Look at this. It's like ancient ruins of houses of the past Industrial Revolution. And like bomb craters and shit. And people living. Do they show people living in these houses at all? They don't. They show people living in the towns, and not even in all the buildings. Like, I don't know, maybe this is just fan theory, but all of these are abandoned, right? All of this is the previous generation that went through the Industrial Revolution. Even our favorite characters like Train, right? That could be from the previous time that happened, right? They built through it. They just had the tracks already available, and they built new trains and new stuff for it, using little bits of the old technology. I don't know. I just think, oh, it's so like, yeah, Like, do you know the scene in Howl's Moving Castle, right? Where all of like the ship is like pooping out bombs on like the on the Swiss countryside. It's just like that, right? It's it starts getting a little bit weirder when we like take a look into the world Laputa takes place in. I absolutely love that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Wait. Let's go because I wanted to show you. Sorry, Pazu's house. It's not just that there's craters all around, but it's that Pazu literally lives in like a forge of a previous like. Well, let's find the shot. It was. There's like the zoom out, right? Yeah, the mines too, because the mines are running out of coal and stuff. Look at this. Look at the whole thing that is Pazu's house and what he actually uses. It's very like British kind of like ruins, like oh yeah, Pazu just also casually lives on the edge of this thing here. It's yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. These ones here. This is actually some of the aesthetics I wanted to borrow for Pakabot. Maybe we should we steal this? Do you think we should go for the canyon? Because I have some concept art from Pakabot that went with that idea, right? People were basically digging into the sides of the mountains and living in there. Or at least, because Pakabot has that idea too, right? Pakabot, at least the idea behind it, right, was that people had kind of died off, and like Machinarium, right, all that's left are the robots. I don't know. I guess it seemed I had mulled over that idea so much that I didn't even consider it. I guess I had like that idea had kind of struck me in the past, right? What we got here? Old Pakabot Clay Game. Yeah, because it was called Clay Game for a little bit. Some of this stuff here, where it was like living in that canyon. I wonder if I had some of the other concept stuff. I remember doing a lot of just sketches for concepts and stuff. More than what's here, actually, which is a little... I wonder where that stuff is. But yeah, that's what this was supposed to be here, where it was like, I was just trying to get the camera and the player, like, and the scale properly. How there would be these two canyon walls and then houses and windows and stuff between them. And they had these little like bridges right across, like covered bridges that they would use to cross to each side of the canyon. Yeah. Oh, should I have left that? Well, whatever. I just like the possibilities with all of this stuff. We can combine these two ideas because we could combine it with the other idea, right? Was that the abandoned village here was kind of teetering on the edge to begin with, right? Let's see. Okay, here was like the village just idea concept, but then the abandoned village was going to be it was based off of this area here, and I said, well, this is a really cool like idea for an area. We can do this, but like what if we put on one of these plates here, right? What if we put like a whole ass house or a whole ass town? That kind of teetering on the edge feeling. And that was like this mock-up little design here, kind of. I wanted to have something like that. I forgot about all these. That's when I like try to incorporate it with the other idea with the cloud factory. It's all weird and impractical, for sure, for sure. What? This? No, I haven't? Really? Shoot. I guess you gotta look at all my concepts now. Like, for example, this was what the game was gonna be. Like, oh yeah, oh shit, I forgot about this concept for the fucking enemy ship. No. Look at the football shit. It was going to be like the starting island area, and then you have the bridge level, and then you go here to Cave Z, then abandoned village, and then vines, and then you get into village through that door. Yeah, football sushi. And that was going to be the demo, right? It would end at the village. There would be basically like 5 levels. Oh yeah, there's what village used to look like. Remember that? When we actually had This is disappointing because of what this whole tile set became. Yeah, Vines was really early on. This whole tile set became so bloated that I just couldn't work with it anymore. Yeah. I'm glad I have a bunch of screenshots like this of the area, what it looked like, because it basically doesn't exist anymore. Which is a shame because I feel like this is all we needed, honestly. You know what? Looking back on this, like, we didn't really need any to go that much deeper with this, right? The idea was already kind of like concrete, you know, that there would be this bridge and then the foliage, like Technolize, right, where there's no water underneath there, it's just grass, and bowl shaped because it felt more friendly, built in the hollowed out, the village is built in the hollow like part of a riverbed, cross section, right? And I was gonna have like a mode 7 or like kind of like parallax thing, I guess, where it would keep going backwards and backwards. Maybe we gotta go back to this stuff because what I ended up doing, right, is I was working on tile sets for so long, right? I worked on, let's see how many outdated tiles. I worked on, it used to look like this, village, and we had different layers we could apply on top of each other, and that was it. Then it kind of just kept expanding, like, village 1, village... Like, there's village. Village 1, this is like our new way of ordering tiles, like when I started moving to that system. And then, like, by the time we hit village 6, it's just, like, it's schizophrenic. It really isn't, like, yeah, it's just throwing shit at the wall and like, oh yeah, well, I'll keep that graphic around because it looks decent. And let's see, because village 6 isn't even the newest version of the village. There's a village newer order. Why do I need the black version of the white version of the sign? Oh my god. I just wouldn't delete anything, and I'm like, oh yeah, these would be helpful to have around, so I'll have those in every color. Oh. Oh yeah. And by the way, this is what the village was supposed to look like at first. It was supposed to be like red clay hut kind of, and marshland, and green skies, yeah. We'll keep them around, but yeah, we don't need them. Is what there was a complete lack of focus, right? That I was trying to like. That's what I'm trying to fix with wastes as a tile set, right? I'm trying to narrow things down to a single aesthetic and make sure that everything's consistent in terms of tiles and stuff. And if we don't need it, if we don't have a use for it, like here's like a little concept of like, oh, curvy entrance, right? Where you go backwards to enter it. If we don't use this in this like primitive state, then like don't develop it. Don't like don't keep drawing. See, I guess the thing I'm doing with tiles and stuff now is that I'm constantly moving them into the game and then going back into Sprite and editing them. Whereas before it was just like, let's have fun drawing and finish this and make it look nice. And then if we end up using it, or it becomes cumbersome to use, like all of this shit was, this is a nice chain link pattern, isn't it? You can only get this pattern if you do a 1x3 tile. If you copy pasted this tile and you did it, it would not line up properly. It wouldn't line up properly here. So yeah, spending too much time on stuff that was going to be too cumbersome or too nonsensically useless to actually use, right? It was like, are we going to use these graves? We haven't yet. Why did we draw them? Because they were fun to draw. These trees, have you put these trees anywhere? No, because they're way too fucking small. Because like our characters are like taller than these trees. Yeah. Oh, these trim tiles, have you used these? No, because they're really cumbersome and painful to use. Making levels fun to make is like top priority, right? That's why we're so slow on all of these. All of this stuff. But it's paying off, right? Now, like, I can definitively say that it's genuinely fun to like just mess around with our waste tile set, right? Even if it doesn't look good with the background and all that stuff, like just go in, and like having a level already made for you. It was worth the wait to do that. Being able to, okay, now we can just like, if my if he wasn't disabled, then we could do it. but that's a bug. Don't worry about it. Yeah. It only took 8 months, something like that. Oh. You gotta work smarter, not harder. Especially on something that gets really big like this, right? Put the time in first to understand what the workflow is going to be like before digging in and overwhelming yourself with something that you cannot possibly finish. I think that might be why we're still around as a game and not another failed concept. Because there's actually a workflow here now. Vagabot didn't have, there wasn't a game. There was assets, there was like concept art, there wasn't a game. There was no way for me to make the game. Little seed umbrella door. Yeah. Moving forward a lot of stuff like this. Let's Junicki. What are you talking about? I don't see nothing. Dude, do you hate this? How like this is a straight 1x3 line, or well, they do it with 1x2 sometimes too, where it's just like you should be like a pattern, like 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2, but then it will just like ignore the pattern. The doors. Oh, actually, yeah. You mean Nikki doors? I was thinking Minecraft doors because they're the same size, like texture. What if Minecraft was like 8x8? Has anyone, well, I'm saying that I know already that they have, but an 8x8 tile game, would that be even easier to make than what I'm doing here? You would lose so much definition in your characters. You'd have to make it like a tiny RPG, is what you would call it, right? Tiny RPG, and your character is like, you know, Bonnie's little emote? It's like that character. Madeline the sprite versus Madeline the portrait. Yeah. Smaller tiles are less work, but less expression, yeah. That's currently the problem that she's running into with her game. We can't really decide, or she wants to do 32x32, but I'm trying to maybe warn her against it. But she's got some, like, I guess, get out of jail free cards that I don't have with Laputa. Like sprite rotation, right? So it could turn out just fine. I'm just not sure at the moment. I want to encourage her, if she's gonna do 32 by 32, to like implement her style, right, into the game with the heavy outlines, right, and cartoon kind of vibes, because that's what really makes like her stuff. Now we're just on Tatooine. Yeah, oh my gosh. With her, God, out, like, how would I say this? It's like a 90s cartoon. Lower res, yeah. She said she wanted to do like full art too, possibly. But she wasn't sure on that one. Low res, yeah, absolutely. I work well in low res because I like having the safety net of, oh, it's pixel art. And if I don't have to add a lot of detail, then I'm like, awesome, perfect. I like implying detail. I like looking at detail. I don't like making detail. Too hard. Why add detail when you can just add a bunch of spots? That's so short. Oh, I ruined it. Whatever. Oh yeah, what I wanted to, it's like, stairs are always really easy and fun to do. Like if we were to imply some short stairs to a lower level, possibly. What if this wasn't the lowest level of this building? Like it's standing on a bit of a hill and we can half a tile it. Leave empty and imply something nicer. Yeah. Hey, how about you, the player, fills in with your own imagination? God, why do I even draw graphics to begin with? I could just make a text adventure game. Yeah? You talking about the tiles I'm doing right now? It's just already is it? Really? You know what? How about I copy some stairs that already exist so we can get a better idea of things? Oh, I forgot about all of this. This was gonna be our autumn tile set. Yeah. Why finish your old tile sets when you can just make new ones? Why finish, like, yeah, no, you don't need to finish this one. Actually, there's surprisingly less outdated and like unfinished tile sets than I thought there would be. This boy I want to come back and redo. Physical tabletop games and anything, really. And then poor Winter. We never developed you. Dark June and like there are two Junes inside you. Really? I guess I don't play a lot of itch.io games. I believe that though. We don't have stairs here, but we do have them in we have some in the city. Those are from side perspective. And we have some in the 70s. But they're inside a glass case, don't worry about that. We have some from Thaw? Yeah, here's the stairs I copy paste everywhere because they're the nicest and they line up the best. So let's go ahead and make some copies of these boys. All the way back to desert tile, yeah. How we want to line this up? Like this. So if we were to make new versions of these with our new colors, we would and we wanted to flip them. Now suddenly this is our bright color. They already look really pretty. Shade, we're borrowing assets, don't worry about it. I think the pattern, yeah, the pattern only requires one of these, which is why I like it so much. You basically just take this, yeah, and you just repeat that section. And I just like it because it goes up to the tile properly, and you can also see, you don't always want you wouldn't always want yeah, tiles to line up exactly with the tile border, you know. If you can avoid it, you can make things look less like tiles, which is just a really kind of cool thing to do in general. It makes it feel more natural. Oh yeah, another reason why I'm using this one here is because the middle portion of our, let's see, if we were to draw like a line through like here, it lines up basically with the middle of that, because this is the collision, right? The collision is going to be this orange line, so our player will stand on the stairs perfectly. These are made of like kind of that sandstone, then they would have worn down. They would also be full like that. But maybe not that full, maybe like there feels like there should be an alcove under here, just a little bit. Yeah, the rounded corners kinda. Go. As long as they tile properly, it shouldn't be a problem, because we'll basically take this one and do it up there. we're limited right now by how much this guy can go. So what we'll do is we'll have him go all the way, and then we'll copy based off of that size, which is 6, 6, and then, yeah, 6. Three, 3. So if we wanted to do this, we would have to yeah. We might as well make it a 3-tile stairs at this point. And I don't like that design anyways. You know what? I actually know what needs to happen here. We don't need this as stairs. What I would like is, I like this here. And then if something was in front of here, right, it would kind of go like, we'll shift these stairs over when we're done with them, but it would go like this, and then we could half offset that here. That leads almost right up to the door, but let's take this even more. And this. Yeah. Can even imply that like there's sort of a bevel there. This is still all in the shade though, so it's all good. We still have to color in the steps. Yeah, we can imply the shape of the steps though, which is better. Yeah, it's starting to look pretty saloony, isn't it, actually? I don't mind this at all. I don't mind that at all. Let's get these old stairs out of here. And our lighting little things here can go. We'll pack them up. And once we get down this level though, because it feels like a reservoir, right? The street itself is lower than everything else here. It's not a bad thing. It does feel like TF2 though, like actually genuinely. This is, what map would this be called? It would be like high pass or something, right? High pass might already be a level. I'm about to get some scrumpy. You know he is. The wall would end here, wouldn't it? Oh, this whole thing is awkwardly placed. We don't have to worry about that, though. We would just worry about this, right? Yeah, that's the proper way of doing this. You are contiguous, I know you are. Yeah. If this is our little porch patio area, and we can kind of do a little better to imply that by using a different color, right? It's supposed to be in the shadow, but it feels like a little much. Maybe we would change this color up here to a brighter color. Oh, like one shade, yeah. So that would be on layer 1. We would... Yeah. And we could do that on that too. It's not bad. If the whole level was like this, I wouldn't mind actually. Just like a long stretch of a town. Because the town in Laputa is kind of like that. Things that are like left and right are kind of our forte when we're working with 2D. Let's finish up with some of the roofs. I'm getting a little tired here. But we'll add like a little roof section on to our little vignette here. We'll imply what that's gonna look like. Yeah, kind of. It's like, what is that in movies? Like, I don't live in California, so I don't know, but your big ass reservoirs, right? I've clocked out. No, I haven't been. I've been just talking about Laputa and stuff with you, Dade. Working hard, hardly working. But yes, do you know what I'm talking about? Like they literally put concrete underneath the rivers because the rivers are too dry otherwise. They used to do that a lot in like the 40s and shit as projects to give people work. I work a little hard. Yeah, Debbie, you've seen it though. I'm just not explaining it very well. The US had a lot of work projects like that, right? To keep people out of the Great Depression. They would basically like find things for people to do. Like work on national parks and stuff, right? A lot of the architecture, or not architecture, but like infrastructure in national parks comes from the 40s and the 20s and stuff like that. when they were just trying to find people jobs. It was America's most socialist moment, which isn't saying much because it's America. Yeah. I mean, during the Great Depression, we did have a few socialist, like, governors and stuff. Yo, I'm actually digging this little low roof. If we just kind of... Now it looks like a little gas station, kind of, like... It feels really appropriate, doesn't it? And the shadow. Yeah. The gutter too. We can make the gutter taller. It's almost better if it isn't. We can make it taller on like this side maybe. No, not at all. I'm in the hell zone. I'm in the cal zone. Oh. No, actually I do have an idea though. See, this is the fun part of perspective because it's just drawing squares, but we're gonna make this part like a little bit of a tower, and we're going to draw this roof here. The fun part of perspective is just realizing that everything is a square and then saying, I know how to draw squares. Cal zone, we're in the fun zone. These colors, we can go here, and well, actually what we could do instead is we take the lighter color and we just dump that on there. If the roof is what do you call this, right? Like that kind of shape where it's evenly roofed on all sides. Like, this is a little bit more like Wild West Hispanic roof design than like you get with like European roof design, which is that, right? It's kind of, we can kind of do some stuff with that. Specifically, if that's our shape, right? This is not right. This would be that side, like the front side of the roof ends, and that's what that looks like. But if the back side of the roof ends, then it would look even more, right? Let me do a wonderful job explaining. It would be here. But maybe that's only if it's actually square. We could use this color, that's pretty close, yeah. Still ain't right, mostly because this is way too fucking thin. Yeah. we make this boy a lot thicker, we can kind of get through that. Let's also keep doing this because we want to keep implying that. And we need to step the roof off. Or we could do the other side. So we could do this way. That would be the better alternative. Well, when this happens here, we want it to go this way, but is this proper? This side, it would have that kind of like out here, right? Leave it? It depends on how far we're implying this lip goes out, and it looks like we're implying it's going out pretty far. I think, let me test this out, because I think it would actually be like this, wouldn't it? If this starts here, and this starts here, and this starts here, all at the front points of here, that would be stylistically consistent. But here's an alternative, Dave. An alternative to that is that roofs don't usually do that. And if, basically from a top view, right, this roof would be like this, and the tower is here. That would be, so it's tucked in, it's flush with the wall when we do it like this. So we got to keep it consistent either way. I think the flush with the wall is better. Yeah, so that's what that would look like. And the fact that this goes over the edge, I feel like that's fine. I actually, we could just say it does something different, you know. Because that looks a what do you think? It's a little too flat now. We need that. That really adds something to it. So our rules are consistent, but we should be applying them consistently now. Yeah. We want to imply. See, this at all. This like doesn't read to me like this kind of roof at all, does it? This reads to me like one of these roofs, but just very flat. So like if we could cross-section it, it would be like that. So I think the best option to do is to do that kind of for here. Let's get that all set up and proper, because I like doing that kind of roof anyways. Realizing the world is made of basic geometric shapes. Oh, I love art. inside it would be like in shadow still. Yeah, like that. And then the building would continue to go up here. It would just start to fall into shadow. And at some point you would get caught by the lip here. Like that. And we don't live in a non-Euclidean world. That's a sad guy. So, it's something. We're doing something here. We have a couple of weird, just weirdness here. Let's make this like, yeah. We should have done that earlier. Weirdness number one. This applies that it's overhanging, so we need to shift this whole thing over, don't we? Let's shift it over to here because that feels appropriate for no good reason. If it's not right, we can fix it later. Oh, it's totally not right, isn't it? Because the cross section here should be at the middle. Under our current rules, this is kind of like correct. This is the way to do things, isn't it? But it feels wrong. It feels wrong. If we put if we put it here, we can shift this wall inwards. And then basically this whole roof has come outwards now, yeah. So all we gotta do is make sure that these two things are even. The line, yeah, possibly. This is 10, this is 7. Do we gotta keep going further? Show me what you've been drawing, Dave, once you're done with it. It sounds, that seems really cool. Maybe it's just that, like, the whole roof up here being like that seems weird. Stupid. Aww. Don't call it stupid doodles. You have nice art, Dave. This whole thing reads a little weird, doesn't it? If we kept if we kept it consistent, it would go like this. That doesn't look right. Yeah, no, I'm just kinda... I'll be out of energy soon enough. So like, here's how our roof should go. It looks flat and don't look right. We would either need to... Yeah. It looks like some other people are here too, so I'll keep going. But plus I'm having fun. Well, that's the main thing, isn't it? Enjoying your company. The music is nice too, actually. I like this playlist. Nice to have some company. Oh, I didn't get the chance to, sorry. I'll take a look at it though. Always use new music tastes, right? Or new recommendations. Was it some of the stuff we listened to on stream, or is that a different artist I'm thinking of? Or on Discord. Different artist, okay. Oh no. What if we kept going upwards? No. I think, you know what I think, Dade? Maybe I'm fucking up here, but I think monster playlist. You mean like they're... No, I think the problem is, right, if I do literally just by the angle of the rooftop here, we are implying what the size of the side of the house should be like, right? Hear me out, right? If we keep the angle the same and we keep the height of the roof the same, we can only make this shape here. That is the only shape we can make. We can go farther from the roof, or farther from the side of the house, or closer to it, but we can't change that angle and we can't change that height. I think that's why we're running into so much problems here, right? That angle is meant to fit a fixed width there. If we take a look at what we're doing with the village tile sets here, it's like kind of similar, right? We have to imply a width of 1 here, and if we wanted to have a thicker house, we had to break the roof on the top. Yeah, It's such a weird little thing though. I wouldn't have thought about that. We can do this just fine with this actually, but it's we can only have it be one thick. So it's 6 and this is 4. What's the most sensible place to put it in terms of tile boundaries, right? This one starts just like that one, and there's 4 left over. No, there's 6 left over. So we're gonna do it like that because that looked good last time. Thonking. It wouldn't be at all this. It wouldn't get any shadow from this, would it? Because the light direction is coming from here, right? It literally wouldn't receive any shadow. If it would, the only shadow it would receive is from the top, so maybe we can get away with doing this. Because it feels like it needs some shadow. Yeah, to get a lot of shadow, yeah. There we go, it's sad, like, I'm not sure how to feel about that. I'll keep both of them just in case we need to use them again. But let's do that window over here. Let's take one from village. And we can use this boy here, right? We'll do another layer because my life is pain. I think the most fun thing to sprite generally is like icons and stuff like that. I have the most fun with that stuff. Everything else is still fun, of course. Doing stuff like perspective, like these little blocks are fun. Because it's like, oh, you can kind of make it look like how it actually looks, or how it should actually look, just by messing around a little bit. That's the best, making that stuff happen. Can we use to imply that there's glass in here? Yeah, we can actually. That doesn't look too bad. Yeah. And when the perspective is like this, right? There would be some extra room on this side, right? And we would get dark on this side instead. Let's go ahead and shift this boy over. Depending on how inset the window is, a little less inset. It's not bad. It's not bad. We can do some more to add some texture over here. Or we could just double it up, honestly. That's what the texture was made for, so that you could double it up super tall. Like these windows here. I wish I could do a little bit of top and bottom like perspective, but the problem would be is that would be like so inconsistent, you know? Whether you wanted to imply it was on the top or on the bottom. Keeping stuff flat, side perspective, it's a lot easier. Thanks, Dave. Let's see if we can... It's worth a try. I'm just worried about keeping things consistent. If we had a small tile set, it would be okay to do. Headbutt. No, I don't. I don't need to. I don't need to experience more pain today, Dade. More emotional and physical trauma. Do it. Oh my god, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. We're not doing that. No. I can't sprite and hug him at the same time. Oh. Oh, that's weird, isn't that? Instead of, like, implying perspective, we just kind of implied a bevel, didn't we? What happens if I do this? Oh, it's too much. It's too much 3D. I mean, yeah, it becomes an instantly more complicated shape than this. Like, this is all flat against each other. This is a crossbar here with a crossbar on top. That's what we're implying. It actually doesn't look bad, though. What do you think? Like, I feel like it wouldn't be too bad if we... Oh, what's it before, right? Yeah? And then... maybe it just needed the brighter color, honestly. If we... yeah. It's very, like, Spanish, this whole thing turning out to be. Like, maybe Spain Spanish. Can we get away with, like, a little window here? Maybe make it a bit wider. Put it back center. Make this taller. Oh yeah, I forgot. Since this would be foreshortened basically. So let's make it even taller. There we go. I don't know what's happening anymore. I don't know if we're implying the side or the... Yeah. Bitch architecture? Excuse me. Or are you... Did you mean birch? Am I, Or do you feel necessary to insult Spain as your... What? It's Spanish? What? Like it... As an actual style of architecture? You're not shitting me? Dude, I don't feel like I believe you. For some reason or another, I just can't find myself believing you. Do things on the tile border less like that. It looks better, doesn't it? Too bad it's a little hard to do that as tiles. We get a little bit less utility out of each of the tiles then. But no, we can still keep it. It's just a well, mock-up anyways, right? I like our little weird liminal train station town. You're kidding me. Hold on. Are we gonna do this on stream? Spanish mission style. Yes, exactly. Oh, it's, yeah. Oh shit, this is actually a good reference. Maybe we should have been looking at this. Yeah, no, there's a house like this just by me. The roof style is that flat style. But it's also got that nice texture on it. Can we imply that? Yeah. No, absolutely. We'll come back to this later and do a bunch more stuff. I like this Metal Gear Solid map that we've made here in the corner. Let me just play around with that texture as the last thing we do. Like, I like the idea of having that. Too much texture though, and you start turning into noise. I'll see you later date if you're hopping off. can kind of go like this, as long as we like have it so it's going up as it continues. We can just kind of show where the seashell shape ends. Yeah, okay. Yeah. There's a bunch of different ways we could try and like get that texture working. This one isn't too bad. Oh, actually that looks pretty good, doesn't it? If we kept that up for the whole thing, let's see how it looks. Oh right, we're on a layer above. Yeah, I think so too. Even though this is one of those patterns that you could look at it either way, like is it going left or is it going right, like this diagonal or this diagonal, you get the implication of which way it's going based on the direction of the roof. So that's actually really useful for us. If we wanted to reverse the perspective, we could use this middle tile again. We wouldn't have to change anything. It also tiles perfectly, which is just a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, we'll use that. We can do, my favorite part about these like shell tile roofs, right, is that they have something in the middle to cap them, right? Because otherwise there would be a seam going down. I like that in a lot of roofs, so like, let's see if we can do that. Like the little kind of roof for your roof. Dog, I heard you liked roofs. If we can just do that. Just a little bit more. That's all cool. We could go with that. Or we could do a little bit less. Really all we need is the implication that something's being like covered here. Yeah, like that, and then, or maybe we would take it back here. would be all the way up here. And then that would be the front. If we had that. We've kind of got like a weird X-ray perspective going on here, actually, because this part here actually. Let's. Well, it wouldn't be too bad like that, would it? And then we could keep going that. There's something in here we can do. We'll leave that there for now. This whole thing is like, you know what it's starting to remind me of? Who's the guy who does like really wacky architecture? Gaudi, fucking Salvador guy. Hey, is it Salvador? Yeah, Antoni Gaudi. Let's take a look at this guy's stuff. It's like everything's just a little off. Well, actually, it's more than a little off. But when he's trying to make like a normal shit, it's normal, but it's just a little off. Yeah. That's what I feel like this is. It's like a fun house, kinda, right? Everything's just like a little bit wrong here. Have you not seen Gaudi's architecture? He does some pretty crazy stuff. Like some stuff out of Alien, yeah. It's more than just the church. He just does weird, cool, very liminal kind of like shit. Really? You haven't seen any of this shit? This is real. This is like an actual building. It's just the fact that he got away with making this and is like reason unknown enough to have him as like a famous and remembered architect, you know? The fact that he got building permissions for all of this. Yeah. So yeah, this is all Spain. This is all Spain. And then they build his church, and then they're still building it, is what it is, right? It's all wacky and very weird. I guess he didn't do that many buildings, did he? A Final Fantasy asset. Okay, but hear me out. Final Fantasy VIII's starting town literally is this not Salvador Dali, or oh my god, Anthony Gotti. I'm tired. With these little like alcove houses, and I love the stretch textures over everything. Final Fantasy, is this in Final Fantasy 8? I only played like just a little bit of Final Fantasy 8, but it's so weird compared to 7. Oh no, I can stay up. Stay up a little bit longer and talk about the tiny cars in Final Fantasy 8. Looks like it kind of does. Honestly, the whole game looks just a little off, because they're like, oh, we'll use like full-size people. By the way, does this not look like Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, like the academy that they're at? Oh god, I haven't seen this. This is terrifying. Half of the screens in 8 look really amazing, and then the other half look really bad. Like, yeah, Y2K aesthetic, yeah. Like, there's some pretty places around the academy, right? Like, yeah, some of the renders are like pretty cool looking, and like it's got that Y2K aesthetic around it. Look at where we're going. I don't know where we're going, but it's got that like Motoga Magica, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX kind of vibes around it. I guess it's just Y2K trying to be future. Where everything's like a green future. Like a K project had this too, didn't it? Final Fantasy VIII was the straightest Final Fantasy to date. Oh, look at this. Somebody re-rendered it. Like, you don't see shit like this anymore, do you? Just kinda mall vibes. You know what? This is mall vibes. We're not taking this to Laputa inspiration, but I am going to tuck it away for a little bit. Magical technology. Yeah. It's everything. I feel like it's kind of like the future, not the future you expect, but the future you want, where like things are clean and nice, but they're still like connected to nature, you know? We still got a bunch of glass, we still got a bunch of plants, it's just all very tamed, you know? It's an interesting vision of the future. You can definitely see that, like, sort of, we kind of have gone that way. Just a little bit. Anything trying to be... Yeah, it is. It's... Despite trying to be very, like, human-centric. A human-centric future with, like, curves and wood and plants and all that stuff. It's still... Yeah, sterile, yeah. Hey, this looks like hell right there. But then, like, oh, you see this, and it's like, oh, this is fan art. This is actually really good. It's like you can depict it either way. Look, it's got like Rococo, like. So, Dade, would you go to Academy here? Would you take classes on like little arcade cabinets? This looks like good as like a cafe, honestly. This looks lovely. The original stuff was what it was. Just kind of video game artsy stuff. No, actually, the original is fine. I like the color theming in places like these. Maybe that's easy to say, but like super round and not, yeah, it's anti-brutalist if anything, right? It's saying it applies more ideas from constructivism than it does from brutalism, right? It's wholly modern and then some. Oh yeah. Is this Pokemon? It sure looks like Pokemon. Literally a lot of the Pokemon games have that same kind of Y2K aesthetic. Even like going up to more modern ones, right? It's just part of Pokemon as an identity. The world of it, right? Things are nice, healthcare is free, but only for your Pokemon. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's interesting looking at art styles, talking about art. I enjoy it the most. Pokecare only. Yeah? Yep. See, the problem is that it feels just ass backwards enough to like actually be like that. Like it's just ass backwards enough to be real. When you get into like old renders like this, like especially maybe it's just the flat materials with the graininess on it. Maybe that's all you need, but specifically like this is giving me like Sakura, like Tyson old render vibes, right? Pokepolitics, oof. Yeah. I think it's time to go. Oh, this has probably been the least focused Laputa development stream in a while. It's great though. We did some concepts. We got some ideas going. I like that one. We messed around with old ideas. And we had some fun in the meantime. Yeah, this will be good. Oops. This will be good to expand later on. We got basically all of the buildings and stuff in one little image here. plus, it'll just be cool to have like a cowboy town, finally. Wild West, we promised putting it in the desert, putting like this in here, and we could actually do that. That's gonna be exciting. Yeah. Alright. Yay. Thanks everyone for showing up to the stream. We'll be back hopefully sooner rather than later. But in the meantime, you guys take care. Alright. Anyone watching the VOD right about now, I hope you have a wonderful day. And all of you live as well. Bye-bye.